「 Hello, hello. Good evening. Welcome. Almost forgot to put on the sound of the game. This is good. Okay, we're here. Hi. Good evening. How y'all doing? I am back in the land of the living. With hopefully no more hiccups. With a stupid internet. Hello. Ah, yes. We are back. Great Ace Attorney. We will be going for chapter 3 this time. Case 3, whatever you want to call it. I have my controller ready. It should not kill my computer this time, hopefully. My voice is fresh. I hope. So we're going to get through this entire case today, I say. Well, a friend told me that this one is not as long as the other cases, so we'll see about that. I'm guessing it's going to take us another 5 hours though. So strap on in. I should just be able to continue. Man, waiting an entire week to continue reading this is like... The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Okay. From reading books to reading visual novels. Always reading.
19世紀の終わり、厳しい冬のことだった。事件は霧深い深夜のロンドンの街路をひた走る乗り合い馬車の中で起こった。馬車には被害者と容疑者の両名のみ、複数の人間がその事件を目撃した。一体誰が想像しただろうか。この単純極まりない事件があのような恐ろしい結末を迎えることになろうとは。
Well, that doesn't sound good.
我が友シャーロック・ホームズはあの事件を振り返ってこう言った。思えばあの事件こそは序曲だったのかもしれないね。
Wait, did it say Sherlock Holmes in the back or did it say Sherlock?
長い競争曲の始まりだ。
Also, I thought Watson is dead. How does... Wait, what? Oh.
すごい。これって本当に駅なのでしょうか。
駅にせよ違うにせよ、これほどの建造物は見たことがございませんね。
ございませんね。Oh.
あんなにたくさん。
Fascinating.
なんなんだこの国は。
I love them. I actually changed my Steam background, like profile background, to one of this game. One of the where all the characters are like animals, and it's a moving one. I literally bought everything there is on the Steam shop to get for this game.
それでは官庁街の強盗本院へお願いします。
いいたま。
Oh.
あんたたち最近流行りの留学生ってやつかい。
Of course, the first person they meet is blonde. I have no reading glasses on. No, I need my thinking hat. Oh, I forgot something. Hold up. I forgot something. Hold on. Here we go. I forgot my attorney badge. Here we go. Now I'm allowed to be in court, actually. Haha. No, wait. Cupid. Yeah! I found this early today while I was hunting for assets. So now we can go go and actually be lawyers. Love how funny faces sometimes look that they do. They do look funny. But that's okay. That's part of the charm. 8th February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court I am very giddy to play this game, I'm sorry. Lord Chief Justice's office. Wait, this is an office? Isn't that a little extreme? What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. Yeah. There's some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Well, listen, I don't think every single person in London would have a room like this. But a far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. That it is. The giant... Yeah, those giant wheels and stuff, those are very scary, not gonna lie. Oh. Okay, now I have everything. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Impressive. I'm really glad that they brought this HD version globally as well, because like this is nice. I mean, I imagine playing this on the 3DS in 2015 was also nice, but honestly, right now on a bigger screen, seeing this, very cool. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as a law student selected for the study tour. We can do this. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for the last 40 days. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. Oh, I hope I'm up to scratch. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Good morning, sorry for keeping you. Is it who I think it is? No! Who the fuck is this? Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Dead? It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Mel? How do you say that name? Mel Strongheart? And I feel like a little mouse on an elephant's foot. He looks like a gigantic guy, yeah. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Yonosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. But, you think he pays someone to let those doves fly? Every time he's like, welcome to my humble abode. And you're watching MTV. Wait, what is it? MTV Crib? Something? Welcome to my crib? You're watching MTV? I don't know, I've never... So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? Is one of these knights are real? I hope not. They don't look very comfortable. So what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, well, help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. Simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything's so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. His eyes are scary. There, I said it. His eyes are scary. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Vigor? Oh my god. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Oh, please don't hit me with that thing. Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history and will make Paris' World's Fair look like a toy shop. Oh! Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world, is it? Is it still? Is it? Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Aha! I knew. Hi! Good evening! I see a little snake. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves? That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. It's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Wait, how? Wait, yeah, telegraph. Never mind. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They'll tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it's with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. I am also a lawyer and a Japanese, so technically this is all good. The thing is, Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean? Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Sogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Mr. Sato! Well, it's me! Duh! That's me. I can do it. Is that so? Yeah. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused. By glossing over the details... I mean, he doesn't have to know that. He just needs to know that we can be lawyers. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about the British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Boria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protected, a perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first. Sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. I'm imagining things. Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer, whether you pass or fail, is entirely down to you. Down to you? Isn't it up to you? Really? Okay, what kind of test? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Should be up to you, okay? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? That's a very good question. I can answer you that. It's because you're in an Ace Attorney game. And you're the main character. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Murder, isn't it? Homicide. Something along those lines. Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Down to you as possible as well, is it? I've never heard that before. A murder? Murder! It's murder. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law? Oh... Really? Well, I keep forgetting what time this game plays in. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? Well, we said we would do it, so... There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Nowadays they don't have capital punishment anymore, yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? He phoned silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? Yes. Duh! Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it, I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. Ironically, one of the 2 first world countries to still have it is Japan itself. Oh. They do? They do still have capital... Wait, what? Really? The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Wait, I blew it, right? I chose the right option. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Wait, what? I thought I said yes. Did I not say yes? Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. Oh. What are you trying to say, madam? I said yes. Okay. I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his own and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. Oh. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to find to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Ooh. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? Oh, excuse me. Ooh, just had a shiver run on. Hello, good evening. It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. When in Japan they still hang people. Oh, damn. He received the most severe sentence a judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. Well, gee, thanks. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. By hopefully getting some guy not killed. Okay. He's gone. The Old Bailey. Well, let's fucking ikuzo. If you're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Okay. Okay, I'm moving. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is why I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. If we hurry and catch a cab, we may just make it to the courthouse on time. Okay, let's go! 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness, we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. Strongart's going to be a villain. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't trust him. I don't trust him. I could be wrong, but I don't trust him. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? No, what did you say? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a genie in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. Wait. Wait, don't tell me wait. Don't tell me we have to defend ourselves again. For whatever fucking reason, I don't know. So this is the Old Bailey. If there's room for defendants to wait in this grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, ma'am, sir. Hi! What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are you? I don't know how you... I don't know how you say that. We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan is it. Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no? This grand is grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Soto, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I've enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to ya, no strings attached. I wanted you to do something for me. Oh? Rip to his eye, yeah. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in a dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but there's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me. Nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blessing blazes, do you not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. Suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the center of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. An entire park? In central London? City of Smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But hi, Leah! Welcome! Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome! Good evening! How was your stream? I say, having been there for a while. Welcome, welcome! Hi! Also, hi to all the raiders, welcome! I'm Nue and we are playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles and we are just getting started on the third case. It was good, made lots of progress. I saw, that's nice. I saw you're only missing like 3 more hearts. I don't know if that's any indication of how far along you are. I know nothing about Zelda, but that sounds good if you made a lot of progress. And you, okay, a Pikachu, of course. Pikachu! Pika Pika! Pikachu! Right time means Pikachu time, that is very true. You are so right. I hope you're good. Never not be amused. That's exactly my intention. That is exactly my intention. I mean, I have to do the Pikachu right now while I still have my voice, because by the end of this stream I probably will lose it again from reading. Pikachu has become the unofficial raid reading. It's true though. It's something I can very easily show off. Oh, Monkey, thank you! It's okay! It's okay, you're here. You're not late. You're fashionably on time. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome! You sound like a bag of bones. Take care of your voices very... Aww. Yeah, I have, wait, 1.5 bottles of water here with me. So I'm going to be drinking a lot. I'm gonna drink right now, actually. Years later, streamer learned to perfectly mimic Pikachu through streaming. Listen, I am afraid of the day. I can never remember her voice, but like I fear the day when the voice actress for Pikachu cannot do the voice anymore. Like, what will they do? What are they going to do? Especially now that they also gave Eevee an official voice actor as well. You'll be worth your successor. Yeah, if anything happens to her, I'm just gonna knock at Nintendo's headquarters and be like, hi, do you need someone new? Reuse clips, yeah, I know they would just do that, but like, you know, maybe they want something new. Hi, New can do Pokemon, can do Pikachu sound. If you need someone new, pick new. Pick new, yeah, something new. All right, let's see why this guy is is being tried for murder. They want something new. Yeah. Now if the girl the same good for nothing criminal, me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? I don't know what accent that is. Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. That's a very good idea. Heavy breathing. Mr. McGilder, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft Egypt? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chance of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Oh, thank you! Thank you for the sub! I hope you enjoy the emotes as well. Poggies! Because you did it, that's the only explanation. Well, well, no. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. You love the smug. Me too. I love it. It's one of my best emotes that I have. I adore it. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Bardock von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. Oh, you guys, you know what I'm missing? That I did not put back into my OBS after the most recent reinstallation. The thing that where all of the emotes will float somewhere on the screen. Damn. What's the inspiration for your username? I like the name Nue. And I wanted it to be... I like the channel thingy because I didn't want to do a first name last name thing. I'm not good at thinking of last names, so I chose an alias that is very short. So I just put channel there. That's what the CH is for. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. And that's going to be that purple-haired guy, isn't he? Isn't it? I didn't know no one's actually... Ah! It is. When von Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. So no one wants to wants to defend, I'm sorry. What? Well, we're just going... I guess we're going to make it the first case that he loses. So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Bardock von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, it's time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. Wait, listen. The other guy's like, oh yeah, just defend this dude. He's innocent. And he sends me in here to go up against the prosecutor who has not lost a single case. Bruh. But I don't know anything about the case. You have told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Wait, I mean you defended yourself as well. But then you made an appearance as student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident, I can assure you of that. It's fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I mean, listen, I don't mind. I just need to know what the story is. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Could we at least get a briefing? No, I guess not. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He have to stand alone in that courtroom armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Heck yeah, let's go! It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. Did I just say? I don't think that's how it works. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. That's a big fucking mood! I was in a court in London, actually. We got to, you know, watch court proceedings. The thing is just, I don't... What kind of case was it? I think it was theft. I don't remember much of it because from where we were sitting, you couldn't really hear a lot. So I still no idea the fuck we're even doing. I don't think we're going to know what we're doing ever. But like, I think it was a theft. This fire! The fire animation is so funny. Look at it. It's like they put it in front of a green screen. The sad thing is we didn't have enough time to actually watch the full thing. We like joined in the middle and had to also leave in the middle, and I was like, I would have been very interested in hearing how the case ended. But yeah. That's some old looking fire effects. Yeah, they look... 18th February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Ooh, so many people. What was this then? A bloody trial? You got a license for that, mate? So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Ah, his shifty eyes are back. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I know, but I just can't help it. Well, are you a vampire? Oh my god. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully What? Why is he standing like that? Sir! Judges and the prosecutors are vampires. we're just some guy from Japan. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Yes, I do. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Ah! Those eyes please me. Nipponese? I'm sorry? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. I hate that it translated like that. It sounds horrible. Nipponese. What the fuck? A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Okay, bro, go back to drinking black. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder? Murder? A capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Excuse me! Bro, I'm gonna fucking come up there! Mordor from Lord of the Rings. I've never seen or read Lord of the Rings, but even I know of Mordor. You know what I mean. As I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off the... Why is everyone in this fucking game so racist? Well, this game takes place in fucking Great Britain, so of course, but like, why? This is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please maybe go and play McGilded part. It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. You should ask for a drive-by comment. No items, Fox only, final destination. Let's go. Thank you so much for the follow, welcome! That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now. I just was looking like, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Why is there another guy playing with a knife while he is sitting in the court? Why? Don't mind him! Yes, my lord, if the task is to send robbers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Got a license for a knife, mate, and permit for a license. Is jury number even? Wouldn't it be? I have... Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Ooh. Okay. Don't graze me with any of your words. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. That is a wild, wild group of people. We already had a witness with a knife. Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, why is there yet again another guy with a knife allowed in court? Mr. Naruhodo, those people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? Even more so, why do we allow one to... Yeah, that I don't know, but... I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Learning by doing. Prosecutor Van Zieks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reap of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Oh my god! You're so fucking edgy, bro! So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware?
Yeah. Tell me.
Also, just a second. I lost the sock.
Where is it?
It's cold as fuck. In here, and I need socks. Yo, but I'm looking fine. He looks edgy. He looks edgy. And he has big fucking hands. Jesus Christ. I'll leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Because you're in an Ace Attorney game, that's why. Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. Zeke's Black will call, he wants his edge back. As you wish, sir, the court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. You must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in a late evening, 3 days past. Excuse me. Hiccups. Hello! The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh? The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Was for too long did read, but good on Von Karma's Dutch uncle for being here. Von Karma's Dutch uncle? Von Karma's? What? Is he Dutch? Like for real? Or are you just saying that? Here's the autopsy report from the investigation medical officer at Scotland Yard. Van Zee. Bro, I don't fucking know where that name is from. Sounds like it, I see. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. A report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner. It gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhaging as a result of a single stab wound to the abdomen. If we get updated autopsy reports in this game as well, I'm going to scream. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured from view by an old crooked hand. Okay. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene, these gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded gloves had blood on them? Yeah, well, but that looks like he cut his own fucking finger. You know, from the model, from the back view of the model we just saw. Even though he looks more like Edgeworth. Yeah, he does. He does remind me of Edgeworth, so I'm on the fence of how well I like him or not. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a bloodstain on the right glove. Ooh. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2. Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGill did. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? This is the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little thing so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Oh, interesting. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Oh no, that's his ring. That's the red I saw on his model. Never mind. So the blood got onto the gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaster was fatally stabbed. Oh. Oh my god, Yunosuke. Straighten your fucking bag. Order! Order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Van Zieg! Did you just get your nails done? Why does he do that? Why is one of the jurors also holding a record? She's just in her element. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bro! By leave, bring the witnesses in at once. You know, he might be. Oh my god, what is up with these people? Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is... well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce, fair play. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. I am make hats, but Lady First. I like him. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and a witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Very well, then let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Ooh. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. You have to go sleep now. Okay! Good night then. Thank you for coming. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed. I did. Couldn't help it. Great to know. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Okay. Unambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may? Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? No. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves. The actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here. What? The entire carriage? I leave. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Bro, you need to do something. Oh my god! So that's an omnibus, the omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. I see, that makes more sense. I was also wondering, like, how did this thing get in here? Yeah, that's a good question. 4 passengers seated inside in the enclosed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. Wow. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. I mean, to be fair, also was not, like, it didn't make sense to me either, because I did not know what the fuck an omnibus was. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. If you don't fix your stupid fucking head in place, I will rip it off your head. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Hi, welcome! Thank you so much for the follow! I hope you're good. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. I mean, it's already here, right? Imagine IL. Yes, Your Honor, this Lambo is the crime scene. Yeah, just drive it in here and park it. Very well, I see no reason why not. The omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime, there were passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary, is it? The omnibus on the witness stand! I can't help myself a lot by giving the omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. That's a very good point. Wait. Actually. Can I do that? Ooh! I cannot look... Ah, I cannot look from down there, but I can... Can I look from above? Yeah. I can. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witness would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Nope, it's not. Okay. What else can I look at on this thing? The bench? I was sitting on the bench. I was over on the bench. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? Ooh, I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. You guys! Does a trail ever look good for us? That's very true. Can I look inside as well? Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Ooh! 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 Oh, fuck. Oh no, the door closed behind us. Damn. Okay, what's this? Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. Wait. Is there an actual Crystal Tower in London? Because the only Crystal Tower I know is the one in Final Fantasy XIV. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. I see. Blood! Yeah, we came a long way in regards to the 3D. That's blood that's soaked into the sea, the victims, obviously. Yes, and that sea will be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. What's this one? Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition. Wait, this is the same? Yeah. Okay, wait, that's the same text, even though this one says something about notice. Anything else? What about this? The seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh! Fascinating. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Wait! That is big enough so someone could hide in it. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. If you're a small person, you could fit in here easy. I can't find anything out of place, that's fair. Anything else I can look at? The windows, maybe? No? That's just the door to go outside again? Okay. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Yeah. I mean, I don't even know if we can find anything right now. I just want to... Ah! God damn it. It moves... It's inverted. I hate it. Phoenix Ride Omnibus? What? Hello? Okay, I cannot find anything. Let's continue with proceedings then. Your cross-examination counsel. Aye, sir. Pray don't expect a Nipponese story to understand the intricacies of British courts and cross-examination rights. Oh, bro. Can we take your racism and, like, shove it up your ass or something? I don't know. Alright. My first cross-examination in a British court. Imagine how this must look to others with us just walking around in a thing mid-trial. Yeah! Focus, Ionosuke, focus. Okay. I'm ready. Ooh. Okay. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Okay, how did he do that? You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Oh, fair dinkum hardworking city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got this back up. Got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. What? What? I'm sorry, how? Why? Huh? How do they... Why did that fire just fly? There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Excuse me. That's precisely what I was about to say. Huh? As the foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire. Apparently yes, white for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Hateful ritually convincing. Yeah! Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. A tad. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. Oh, wait. No, that's not the button I wanted to press. This one. He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. Okay. I remember seeing that little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absentmindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced that my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir. Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. This is a blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Says the vampire. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please no. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes! Like in Mason! Ooh! This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. A largish knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen, its quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. My lord, if you forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be Excuse me? Sacrosanct? However. Hey, yo! Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of the rubbish. We haven't even finished our cross-examination. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Excuse me! Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. We're just getting started. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Okay. As soon as I... oh yeah, that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. He collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And then the other passenger had the knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilder. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? That doesn't add up. I thought he stopped the carriage because he heard the other guy scream. It is hard to believe of one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropist, my lord, only the innocent and the guilty. Good deed means nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir, the truth. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in an enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. And, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilder really innocent? Or could it be... But before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to get the information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again. A little more carefully this time. Again. I mean, what are... wait, what did I not listen to yet? Or what did I not press yet? This one? I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir. That's right, sir. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same part of the bus, of course, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? No one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insisted on it running. He does every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on a run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't even been able to shake this cold ever since it happened. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you too, as the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please just keep an open mind a little. Yep, now Silver Blaze, the finish is in sight. Isn't he wearing it the wrong way round? That brings bad luck. You're supposed to catch the luck in it. But the way he has it, it's all going to fall out. That was a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. I thought you were impartial! This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He was always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely. Mother, may we go to McGill Public Library late and borrow some more books? That's me. That was me. Actually. Mother, could I borrow some more books, please? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of a man Magnus McGill that really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Well, where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock... I see. And one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London inns entirely not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debt. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute, he had lost his house, he had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, his pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. If I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's the evidence to support your claim? What? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is. Lord von Sieg's hallowed chalice, whatever the fuck that means. How can this be considered acceptable? But I found myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is Adaptor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. A catalogue of people who had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. It includes the victim who owed 20 guineas. Ah yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. I don't stand for nonsense. Okay. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. Huh. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh! There's a footnote though. A footnote. However, the defense. All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement to this case. I'm not! Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Miss Susato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense? What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. A what? A summation examination. A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even get such an antiquated procedure mentioned. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Hi, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Good evening. How are you? Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? This so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. Just because it's not printed in newer books doesn't mean we cannot claim it, right? You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Good yourself. Oh, 5 AM? Oh, you just finished case 2? That's good. Good. For 5:30 AM? Are you still up or already? We are just getting, you know, kind of started on the 3rd trial. You would demand with a flamboyant little detective man. Typical Nipponese. In Australia. Ah! Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what, exactly? Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. but the procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? That I use it? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think we should use it. A summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Yeah, we... Oh my god. I immediately clicked, Jesus. The defense wishes to assert its right to the summation examination, my lord. You don't get to object to that. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried. Oh, like you? But if it's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. The defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness.
No. This is Ace Attorney.
Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you are rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. The summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe it might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around.
Hecky.
So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. The juror's contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck in a chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn a logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years.
Scoundrel stabbing a poor man on the floor, it beggars believe.
Oh, she's angry now. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. How do I do this? According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they are unlikely to heed anything their defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, they could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Woo! I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, what? I was not able to read the first word. Offense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage. Oh wait, what button is that? On my... Is that this one? No. This one? Ah! Ooh, fancy! How do I do this now? Again? Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I spent Silverblaze's maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Ooh! You go! This can't be right. The coachman of the guild, a good, honest man, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go in? Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo. Oh. That's number 1! This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. That's 2! First grade math, yeah. For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If you can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there's something else that's been bothering me about a couple of the assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So you need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in the assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Okay. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Sure. This one. And this one. Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dear me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? Oh my god. We heard from more than one witness that they all allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can you see that I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha, want to test me, do you? It was like this. Stack the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stabbed the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, they're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a model! I love her, she's so cute! What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh! Why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. She's cool. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Aha. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me this, Dark Jinx. Huh? Can you just fucking say my name? What exactly is the problem? What if 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, The fucking Autopsy Report? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now? But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the 2 witnesses see 2 different moments of the same crime? Nope. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on, out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Sure. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the autopsy report. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. 2人でしたなるほど. We've won. Well, the first part at least. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Why? So Lord Van Zeeks continues to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Okay, listen, if he gets to drink, I get to drink as well. Thank you for the Iruta. Oh! And thank you for the posture check. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive to this courtesy. Lord Van Zeeks! Brr, is it cold in here or is it just me? As your antiquated home no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination, so I honor the deathly silence and listen to the charade. It seems to have estimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let's proceed to the next round of battle. Oh! Bring forth the witnesses once more. Wow! He even took his cape off. Witnesses. I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had too. And you? Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, in the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio, Now then, witnesses, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. I hate that word. I never want to say it again. Where is misgivings? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it, but, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw the blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing a man. Everything I said before stands. Oh yes, he stabbed him, yes he did. I think so, yes. Yeah, I also have a feeling I will have to say it quite often, but I hate the word. Or the 2 words as they are. Council, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. You've been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo. A disgrace. And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. Dishonor on you! Dishonor on your cow! If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. Not at figures. It's 1 plus 1 is 2 quick math. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. That's what we're here for. Okay, so you overcharge. He fiddled us on the fare. And stepped before he stepped him. You think so? What do you mean you think so? Earlier testified that he saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. That's when I turned around. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midrib. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all? I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Are you good? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? No, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could you have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city bank, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clear as a Ballarat day. A what day? It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot on the collar here, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Ballarat is a city in Australia? Is it? Oh, that's good to know. I probably pronounced it wrong. Thank you. Oh, I can do that alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You'd think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after a butcher stabbed the man. Oh? I got it right? Nice! Blood-soaked. Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw it from the roof, through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel like there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. I know! Some of you managed to keep our safe alive out there. I can't waste this cross-examination I have. Yeah, I know! Yeah, okay. Just let me do it then. Yes, you're so right. I don't want to. Yes, okay. I know how this game works, please. You saw him stabbing, blah blah blah. Okay, those blood-soaked hands, but that doesn't work. Because there's only one hand that is stained, and he said that both of them were stained. That doesn't add up. Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right hand glove. Did he just bite into... Sir, stop biting your cane. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? These people are all crazy. That's very true, but like honestly, that's. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to accidentally continue. What did he say? What did he say? It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically say that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Nanohood. Oh, wait, I haven't checked this yet, but hold on. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Wait, I have a feeling we might find a very familiar name in this. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay! Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment? Oh yes, of course, the banker! Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. The details of the debtor's ledger have been updated in court record. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! If you had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, you could turn the tide in his trial completely. Something to show this man as a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. There absolutely is. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. This one. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilder were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents say that a loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, it is not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Ooh. We are getting somewhere. Order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them. And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir. On the assailant's hands. I think. Yes. Yes, I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Why would you say that? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes. Mr. Naruhodo. This is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at least. At last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard the scream. Can someone bring a dude a blanket, please? Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold, in true of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly... there was no one else inside the carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Not much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony's about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Okay. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of this man. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you may say you remember seeing the knife, you didn't see anything, Oh wait, that's run too far. This is usually a change in the facts of the case, and there's something... Yeah, I went one too far. Stop talking! Just let me do my job. 1, 2... I wanted to press the 5th statement, but I accidentally went too far. Here we go. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering and it was so bitter. Which rather backs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on a roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right, and it's a public bus service for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. Why did none of you ever tell me that the fucking door was locked? And that's precisely why I can tell with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Nope. I don't think so. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You are riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. You mean in the wood. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demands. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated? Down here. Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah, that's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one with the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attackers were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. It's quite possible. Some fandom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is unless you are able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? Can I? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I mean, honestly, I have no clue, but we're going to find someone. Understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. The response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Oh, he's 32. Okay, he's 48. And he's 52. I have no clue who could be sitting in that other seat, by the way. No clue. I mean, it could be him, right? Like, he could have just been sitting on that side during the like, who else could it be? These three were, like, he was riding the thing. These two were up on the upper floor. This is the dude who was inside who's now dead. These three don't count because they have nothing to do with the current case, and that only leaves the defendant, right? Do we, right? I don't have anyone else I can call. Question mark? Problem. I'm just gonna try and see what happens. The music stopped, that means I'm right. The passenger in the enclosed cabin and the witnesses on the roof that failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant. Hey, yo! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive this discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own, but I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which his case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, the testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night. A third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them. And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. The extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating? The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused. No, but when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their hats were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of that hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation? That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Well, I mean, he said he was asleep, right? He's right. If there was another person traveling in an enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? We demanded, yes. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilder to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilder has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury's asked, the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. By leave, show the defendant to the stand at once. Can someone please get a blanket for the poor... I forgot his name. Guy. No, Beppo. Wait, Beppo. Where do I... Beppo? Isn't the guy in Momo, you know, Momo, the little girl in the giant coat that fought against those time-stealing people? Wasn't he called Beppo? Who was called Beppo? Why do I know the name Beppo? Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. I hope so. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of Have you been listening to the discourse of the day? Are you updated on all the call-out posts on the courtroom Twitter account? Straßenkehrer Beppo. To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Begad, no! It's not in my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilder? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true? Aye, and it was me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You. What? Excuse me? No, Magnus McGilder, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here court just like myself. I was only trying to spare her, Dad. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That, I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. Hello, TK, good evening. Another passenger. We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witnesses' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? The fuck? What is going on? Careful, Mr. Naruto. Cover your face. By leave, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. By leave, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. You were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the by leave, amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I would love to save. Thank you for the higher time. And posture check, just a second. Okay. Interesting. 18th of February, 12:42 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Mr. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use. You're just making sure everything is safe now? I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilder was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilder, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions. Excuse me. Along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers at night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. Which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Or maybe he just doesn't count children. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will commence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We're going straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Seto. Yes! Oh boy. February, 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Aha! There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilder. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilder. Now then, Lord Van Zieks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which fueled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. I knew I can actually watch this time since it's on the second game. Whoa! Hi, good evening! You went off, huh? If you're already in a second game. Holy fuck! Welcome! Good gracious, the army, what in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to bolt like that. It's all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Ah,
Uwu voice for 2 minutes, okay. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I set him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. See, that's what I've been saying. If you're tiny enough, you can hide yourself in there. McGilded Uwu voice is cursed enough for the points redeemed. I remained somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. And why is she not talking to us? Does she speak English? Does she not speak English? Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Ready as I'll ever be. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. He looks like a lost puppy every time he turns his head that way and just goes like, I like him. He's super cute. He's a baby. Okay. Yunosuke's pretty more, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay, well, I'm just going to press all of your statements, I guess. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took the backside as I did. This is the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the backseat? By all means, that's how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, this is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. That makes sense. You know, back when I still had a smart car, I had one of those... It had one of those... where you could... It had a glass on top. So I could... And you could obviously close and open... You could not open the glass, but you could like push... Thank you, a sunroof, yeah. It was nice. It was nice. Sometimes when it was raining, obviously you cannot really make use of it while you're driving, but when you're standing somewhere and it's raining and you look up and you see the raindrops coming down or you see the sun coming down, it was nice. It was nice. I can see why people would like that stuff in their cars. Mata! I love that, you say, and the scream. Hey, that's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, and there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. You didn't see anyone. But at the same moment you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. This was from inside the cabin. Wasn't it just her when... If she was under those seats, that can't be very comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if she had screamed. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. You set him up. The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? It's common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Ah, Lord von Zieks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of the London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offered them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I've always intended to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. The wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, it is a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. I came from, if you excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? I did that already. Thank you very much, game. Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around inside. I did! I literally already looked at that! I did that! We read all that! Oh, we never looked at this puddle of blood, lol. Excuse me. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Aha, lol. Yeah, I did not see that one either, but we already looked at this. See, it has a handle. You can open that. Where is the... Huh? There was stuff in here earlier. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. The fuck? Definitely blood, isn't it? Now the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No? By the way, is Mr. McGill right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Huh, pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. I don't know what you mean. Why is it empty now? And that's when I found her. There's a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her little self away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in a dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this? The emptiness represents the emptiness of our brains. I see. Did you bring your one brain cell? I've requested everyone to bring one brain cell to this stream, so we can all think together. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You set this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. You forgot half of yours today. No, but it's okay. Last time you brought 2, so you're good. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Yes, Duolingo, I'm aware I'm losing my streak. Hi, Rutam. Okay. And the posture check. You guys are so nice to me. I'm almost healthy. I'm almost healthy. Alright. Judge had heard enough of Duolingo. Judge is like, no Duolingo in my courtroom. I have you escorted out of the hall. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? That's a very good question that I would also like the answer to. Because it's like, oh yeah, she's suddenly there. And it's weird to me how the compartment is suddenly empty, because there was stuff in there before the recess. Not recess, but like the break we had. Why is that? How come? Because before, even if she curled herself up into a very small ball, I would think it was very hard to hide because there was so much stuff still in it. Now that it's completely empty, obviously you could argue that she just hid herself in there because there was enough space for a small person as herself. Alrighty. Okay, Duolingo, now stop getting on my nerves. Here we go. Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds of living people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. Is she now? Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Hey, who's Lestrade in the original Sherlock Holmes thingies? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. How dare you? What's the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you say, slipped up and got caught on a job. She got herself backed into a corner so she knifed a gent. Go on, that's what in your hats, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. How is this allowed? So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Oh, Irish. That's where his accent is from? Okay, I'm sorry. The court accepts this girl, Miss Genial Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. What a girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in a hiding place, it's pitch in there. Then after a while I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this fool found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGill did. Oh, the simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting on the back seat. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was at that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a pound of my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for adopting you, sir. I would mention now who would actually have some trouble understanding different accents and dialects. I mean, honestly, I already have trouble. I wonder how they wrote them in the original Japanese. If they just gave them, you know, Japanese accents of different places. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Because I feel like this is a game that would be very hard. It's like you already have all this stuff about law to understand, and then people also talk in different ways, and you just sit there like, I don't know what anyone is saying. I'm just clicking X. Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual in the leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. That's not... no, not yet. We've won? Are you sure? Oh! Why are your feet up on the table? The fuck? If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. So rude, honestly. Get your foot off the table. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Ooh, the music is cool. Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's not in black and white here in the police room. Aha! Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGillen's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. But that's what I've been saying. We looked at it earlier, and there was a bunch of stuff under there. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected counsel? Naturally, you must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. That's true, yeah. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zieks? No. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat on the omnibus? It wasn't empty. It wasn't empty, that's the truth! Lord Van Zieks is right! Of course it's not helping my case, but it's the truth! I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my case as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it, yes? Are you sure, counsel? Oh, that'd be worse. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. I'm on the side of the truth, no one else. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Like I said, I'm on my way to find the truth and nothing else. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget it is supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That the cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Even one might lose a case, so this is extremely obscure believability, absolutely. Like, I know that in Ace Attorney games, most of the, like, honestly, except for like that one specific case, we're always like, always believe in your client is innocent, but in the end, what we want to prove is the truth. If the truth is that our client is innocent, okay, nice, cool, but if the truth would come out, that our client is not innocent, well, that's it, but at least we found the truth. Gina's name is the same in Japanese. Oh yeah, that's not what I was wondering. I was wondering who Lestrange, the character Lestrange is in the original Sherlock Holmes books. But thank you for looking it up. Why do I feel like something's not right here? I would like a jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. The compartment is designed to house equipment to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. The money-lending Flecker and the Pickbirds are lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. We're fighting against a corrupt prosecutor in this case. It seems to actually have an honest guy for once. Well, we'll see about that. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Face it 20 cents. Quite so, I must concur here. You guys are more fickle than the flames burning. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly to the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Six is kind of preaches but so fun of dirty tricks. I hope it stays that way. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Alright. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Okay. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Alright! What did you see? You snuck inside the carriage. I'm just gonna press all of your statements again. So, you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? I'm sorry, you what? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Aha! Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making it 20 to which the cabman testified. And 1 little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself in under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always check all that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I learned nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all the stuff out so I could hide under the seat, that's all I can tell you. It seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. It was a right waste of time, I got nothing to show for me trouble. Okay. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own and a god permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon, did you say god permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night. This cover sat on me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You wanted the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister. To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade could possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place, it's pitch in there. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me at and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time the passengers plan themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me at. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. Excuse me. It's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I just had to stick it out under there, nothing else for it. After a while I heard this loud bang and it jumped out my skin. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me and that head get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butt just while at the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilder's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sank back down again, but it was too late by then. I could never have risked looking. I see. It's because of that this wolf found me. And when Mr. McGilder discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out and set me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guards. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, awful. Both me and hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilder for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on a roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the oars were drawn up smallish, and this Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they all still very unsure. If you could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. What feeling? Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay, let's see. What else is there? We pressed all of the statements you snuck in. This one. You couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days the caution up with my hand look at the crack. Then I can have a budget, so I'm gonna fiddle. Have a look. And for that reason you weren't able to push the cushions out. Truth is, aha! Is something wrong, Mr. McGill? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Mrs. Stray's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no. It was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. What? Baby! Aye, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. You jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Mr. Straight had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? Listen, if we get a new statement, we're gonna take it. It's always going to be important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind, Counsel. Nevertheless. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Okay. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time? Since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a budget to see what was what. But then, when I saw this wall getting on, I got me dead down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill sat on the sea under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mock. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up. Mr. Strayed, what you have just told the court It's clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. Someone Zeke's realized it too. Counsel. Oops. I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGillicuddy snoring, but think, you must think. There's something else she should have heard. Always nice when our planets understand each other, even if it's on. Yeah! Well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Mr. Lestrade could not have failed to hear in the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. I'm sorry, what? Him, right? When he was stabbed and fell over? Shouldn't she have heard him? Oh, she's 17. Well, thank you for the hydro time. Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGillicuddy? That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion? He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this spell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are inconvenient untruths, nothing more. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Damn, lady. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Not again! Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You use as Eastern Almaden. This is carnage. It's perfect. Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going. I know. If we can find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGill's innocence, the judge will rule and we have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. You said that already! Jury number 3 is the most interesting character ever. I want to know everything about him. I wonder if he actually is a barber. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in your story. However, if you consider the possibility that his statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel. Sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my education. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already, there's another entrance, he was put there after he died. There's another entrance. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is there for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. That's not true. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? How accurate do I have to be so it actually... Is this the middle? I'm trying to make it so it's on the window, but I had bad experiences with the Ace Attorney games where I was off by like a millimeter. Here. The answer's obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight. Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Mr. Straight said the same in the testimonies. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses describe? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntarily cry, in fact. Involuntary. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fellow make a wee comment here? Mr. McGillet? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. That's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck the knife in the man were... So what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? Urata, he said. Urata, what are you insinuating? What the fuck is that movement? Look at him go! This is a flaming outrage. I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. Give you a shine in a minute, he said, and so will I. The tense sensation that's sweeping the nation. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you rotten scoundrel. I really don't like the direction this is now going. This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know? My lord, if I may comment? Go ahead, Lord Van Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to discard that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated a criminal guild. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I was rushed to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on a fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Oh. Could Fairplay have killed the guy to frame McGilded? He could. It's a possibility. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. At this point, I actually think that McGill is actually guilty. Yeah, he's not really looking to be innocent, not gonna lie. Refuting the accusation. We were the only 2 people up on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure that the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? The giant fucking blood puddle on the ground? Question mark? I must say that on listening to this testimony is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck, without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We understand, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the 2 of you were in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the 2 witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Okay. Refuting the accusations. We were the only 2 people. You can swear to that. If anything had happened while we were sitting, don't you think we would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. So you had never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Oh, Lummy, no, not once, never. He'd never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either. That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. Well, that's not true. You are definitely connected to Mr. McGilded. Mr. McGilded? Yes, counsel. What can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Oh, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe this fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want of me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat that's sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers? Such as Thrice-Fired Mason? Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. This... you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's head looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer at Wege you could have had a big quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGill has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Has he now? Please, don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. What? I just got an achievement? For what? Hold up. What achievement is that? What did I just get? For having identified the milliner responsible for the victim's head in episode 3. Okay. Cool. Throw in his research for an alibi. Alright. Are you quite certain about that? That the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. I thought that the sides of Mr. Mason could likely break through it still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But, just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stank was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rogue, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame. Oh. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. The skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? All them skylights open that easy. More easily than you can load the weapon? It's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh! Look, a few weeks ago I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had bursts coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All 4 of them surround me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used a skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. By leave. Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. my hat. See? So it appears that the street ghost statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Oh, that's a good idea, yeah. So the skylight was fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Yay! Okay, let me look at it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Wait, no, that's what we saw before. Okay, wait, what else is there? Is there anything on this side, maybe? No? I don't... What am I supposed to be looking at here? Oh! No. No. No, the blood! I want to look at the blood! Do I have to do it from inside? Is that it? Wait, can I look up? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruto. Excuse me? Why someone like me? What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There's a blood stain visible in the frame of the skylight when it's open. Alright. My provers here. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utterly humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's possible. Irrefutable proof. Here in this courtroom. Counsel. My lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. But it's not open! Can I open it? It does open very wide enough. Oh, no, never mind. There we go. It's blood. Wait, I have to present it. Here we go. By Jupiter, is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Oh.
Order.
But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to the one particular spot on skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why didn't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? But this blood splatter I didn't see the first time round. It's still weird. It's all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a far height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies! My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guilt carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful pup couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lord Von Zieks? A bloodstain in the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see and it's clearly blood. I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord Von Zieks, that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Von Zieks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Lord Von Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't it right now, Counsel? Well, no, that's not right, because there was a time when we all had to fucking leave this room. Oh, excuse me. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. No, it hasn't. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Sure. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Oh, good gracious. Explain yourself, Counsel. Sure. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the resource that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Careful, Mr. Nanado, cover your face. By leave, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. By leave, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. It's true. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten, feckless Golger? I'm sorry, a what? You're supposed to be defending me. This is a wicked plot. This is a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Means rip-off, like you're gouging someone for their money. Ah, thank you. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage department and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Yeah. My lord. Yes, counsel. There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Oh, this is refreshing. This is refreshing. We're not actually defending an innocent man. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, Counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? This one. This one that I definitely would have seen last time. Oh wait, I wanted to present it. If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Ooh. This trial is over. Mr. McGilder, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, it's all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is a bloodstain is there, now. Well. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, the good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any disease as evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zieks. Well, my lord. I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? Prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilder will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... Well... I mean... I think he's very much guilty. But should I be saying that? I mean, he hates us already anyway. Let's go for it. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilder. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence or proof that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me. Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question? Are you of sound mind? It was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. Well, I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah. Your job here is done, fellow. And some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? Just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore, the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how do you put it now, nothing more than a formality? Formality? I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I have adopted that lovely man who gave us a lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Van Zieks. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But, wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGill did. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGill, not guilty. Wow, I can't even be happy about that not guilty. Why do they even have fucking fireworks in a closed room? I hope we get to defend someone like McGill is involved. That will be fun. It's a mega happy ending if won. courtroom in Pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Well, that means we are allowed to continue being lawyers in Great Britain, right? We won the test. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. No, actually, it was way shorter than the first one, but okay. Your first ever trial on Foreign Soul and your first victory. That was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. You won and still did everything to find the truth. I'd say good job still. That's true though. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilder. Ah, and a girl is with him too. Thank you for the idle time. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head that once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. This water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilder, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh. Hey. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obscene deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Yeah, sure, you pay taxes? It's not that funny. So then. The only taxes he pays is bribes he puts to Scotland Yard people, right? As we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. I'd be worst, you humble people are you from the east. Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilder. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? The sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't, no, ma'am, girl, don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry. And I hate all grown-ups. Oh, there you are.
Baby!
Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Huh. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. What the fuck? Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. Well, the inventor, I suppose, of the machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? Wide, and more wide. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? Well, sometimes. I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing onto a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, it fitted with a telegraphic beacon. A what? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you come with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before? An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is to not get shot by that massive gun of yours. Where does she even keep that? Still useless for shows that you smoke, that's true. We'll be leaving now then, bye bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. There she fucking goes. She was a lovely one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the by leave. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck.
Don't worry, though, I have a plan.
If the worst comes to the worst, I thought of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. No, I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. The 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Ooh! Oh, what's this?
これはどういうことだ。わかりません。私が駆けつけた時にはもう現場検証が始まるまで立ち入り禁止のはずではないか。
Gee, I wonder.
まさか中に誰かいるのか。
Wait, what do you mean there's someone in there? Huh? End. End, it says. End. What do you mean, end? What the fuck? He means end. 15 bucks McDill just got toasted. I wouldn't even be surprised. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Wait, they kept it? It's actually called the Clouded Kokoro in English as well? Man, I sure hope Mr. McGill got toasted. Well, this one is way shorter than the others. This is like an hour less than we took for all the others. There's a good reason for it to be kept as Kokoro. Well, I'm going to see about that. But holy hell! The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Yeah, 2 more episodes, huh? Unless there's a hidden 6th episode, but I don't think there is. Interesting. Interesting. I still think it's funny that you could, you know, just get started on the 2nd one immediately. 2 more on this half of the collection test. Yeah. I know. Thank you for the pet. Okay. But like, you know, I'm guessing that that hour that we, well, oh, excuse me, saved today, we will probably be spending next time. I don't think the 4th and 5th case are going to be this short. Because honestly, it feels like this is just a prelude still. It's like, okay, now we at least know everyone who's going to kind of be involved, right? Now we've met Van Zieks, we are in London. There's some intrigues in London that we're going to find out about probably. So that's interesting. Oh, excuse me. That's very interesting. But I'm not. I have the feeling that these intrigues will flow over to the 2nd game. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I'm not spoiled on anything, and I hope it will stay that way, but I think this one will not be over as quickly as the others, or like just contained in the one game. I think there's going to be more. Well, but this is going to be the end for tonight. With just 4 hours. It's pretty short, but that's okay as well. We're going to be playing Taisho Alice tomorrow. This time for real, getting started on the wizard's route. Let's see how long that's going to take us. I'm looking forward to see if my theory is correct. Well, we won't necessarily find it out in the wizard's route. There's a whole other game we still have to see, but we will, you know. For now, I'm going to do this because the music is making me very nervous, and instead turn on this one here. I would route might be more confusing than this. That's true. I think the wizard route will have some very interesting stuff in it. But I'm looking forward to it. For now though, I wish you all a very good night. Thank you so much for coming as always. I say we raid V. V is playing Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, which I have no fucking clue about, as is with all the Final Fantasy games. But that's alright. I wish you all a very good night. Thank you so much for coming as always. Sleep tight, get some good rest. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Also, thank you to the raiders. If anyone's still here, thank you so much. Thanks for stream, thanks for coming. See you all soon. And bye bye.